me just check the camera battery. It says 134 minutes, 3/4 charge.
Okay, yeah, copy that. And but you should have the battery charge on the tablet overlay itself.
Okay, you mean the camera battery is on the overlay?
Yeah, should be on the tablet.
Always learn.
Roger that. Starliner Houston on a big loop for words for the jet fails that we have. We're planning on doing a hot fire test before we get into the KOS to see if we can get those jets back. And big picture, what that means is that once we get to 260 meters, you're going to go ahead and press through the procedure and put the Starliner in the station keeping inside the corridor. But we're not going to do the manual control demo. You're just going to station keep for us. I'll get you words to get us in a free drift when we're ready. We'll test fire the jets, and we'll see what the data tells us. But essentially, we're just going to be in and out of hold, and you're going to have to do some station keeping in that time frame.
Okay, so at 260 meters, you're going to want me to take manual control and station keep at 260 meters and just hold it there, and then we'll go free on your call. You'll do your jet fire, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, that's good words. That's good words for now. I'll get you more detailed words once we get there, and we'll have to coordinate that for you. And just be advised, we're going to want to know if you can hear or feel the jets, so we'll be in back and forth comm during that time period.
We are in another satellite handover with the tracking data relay satellite systems on the International Space Station. We've just heard some comms to the crew about the plan for 2 reaction control system thrusters they are troubleshooting. We have an upcoming ACI, that's approach a corridor initiation burn in 3 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. And after that occurs, we will reach our 260-meter hold point. We anticipate that hold point around 10:24. This is originally where we were planning to switch to manual mode and go into the manual piloting demo. We are still going to switch into that manual mode and troubleshoot those two reaction control system thrusters on the service module by conducting a hot fire test. After that is complete, the crew will have the opportunity to conduct their manual piloting demo.
So the two RCS jets that are currently being investigated, they were preemptively turned off by the flight control system with some sensor values that were slightly above the conservative bounds that we have set. So that's the reason why they're going to do a test of those to see if they can bring them back into the active set of thrusters. Looking at the Vesta views on the screen, the upper right camera, or the near field viz camera, is currently in feature track mode. You can see some cyan light blue outlines around different features of the station. That lets people looking at the images know that Vesta is correctly tracking where it thinks it knows.
I'm going to go for ACI.
Go for ACI.
Those outlines letting people on the ground know that Vesta is accurately tracking the outside of station. We also heard a call up to Commander Butch Wilmore that the crew is go for the ACI burn. And that ACI burn just started and stopped.
Starliner, good corridor burn. Go for station keeping at 260 meters.
We are coming up on that 260-meter hold point following the ACI, or approach corridor initiation burn, right on time at 10:22 a.m. Central Time. Again, we are tracking 11:15 a.m. as the earliest opportunity for docking today. However, it is a docking window, so we can hold.
Big loop, good corridor. Go for station keeping at 260 meters.
hold at 265, hold at 260.
Yeah, good readback.
Starliner coming up on 260 meters. Butch and Sonny are going to begin the hold at 260 meters.
Starliner in this hold for your trajectory, we're looking for about a 10-minute football. Starliner getting ahead here for the hot fire. I want you guys to go ahead and pull up 12.10.218, 12.10.218, step 2 for the hot fire procedure.
Twelve, 10, 218. We had a pulled up. We're looking at step 2.
Okay, Roger.
This is a view of Starliner from the International Space Station. The spacecraft is now aligned with the International Docking Adapter on the Node 2 forward port. That's its intended destination today. They are currently holding at the 260-meter mark. This was a planned hold, however, it is being extended to troubleshoot 2 reaction system thrusters.
And Starliner, we see the B2A2 jet failed off. Still talking about it, still good for control. Hey, Butch, we need to sweeten up the trajectory a little bit. Can you give us a couple ups? And Sonny, confirm you've got the procedure pulled up.
And Capcom Neil Nagata flowing a few messages up to Butch and Sonny. They're currently continuing to.
Hey, Butch, for the trajectory, we want to show that we're going to be above the docking axis for 10 minutes.
Do that?
Crew's going to continue their hold outside of the approach corridor. And ground controllers continuing to analyze the data coming in from the RCS jets.
Hey, Sonny, are you guys ready to execute the SM hot fire test procedure? We lost another jet, S1A1.
Ready to execute the procedure. I'm with you on step 2 of 12.10.218.
Okay, you guys are go to execute step 2, and in between the hot fires, please damp rates. Stand by.
The crew aboard Starliner is preparing to conduct a hot fire test of the thrusters that are currently down. Teams here in the room are continuing to work those procedures. Again, we are at a 260-meter hold point.
Starliner, execute step 2 now, please.
Starliner. We see step 2 complete.
Roger. Okay, Starliner, we're about to hot fire S2A2. Stand by. Starliner did a hot fire S2A2. We'll need you to point back at the target, please. And Starliner, curious if you heard or felt anything for that test fire.
We did.
Roger. All right, we're going to go for the next one now.
And mission controllers here, working through hot firing the jets that have been toggled off. They're doing a 1 by 1, going back and forth between that and having Butch hover in the corridor.
Ready for hot fire.
Okay, B1A3 was just hot fire. Did you feel or hear anything?
Specifically.
Okay, we're going to.
Right again.
Well, we're going to set up for the next one now.
Flight controllers have conducted 2 hot fires on the Starliner spacecraft reaction control system thrusters. They are now preparing to hot fire 2 more thrusters. Butch Wilmore continues to manually pilot the spacecraft.
Okay, copy that. We'll be on air to ground 1. ISS is in the handover.
Houston, how do you hear our air to ground 1?
Yeah, loud and clear. B2A2, we just hot fired. That was the one you felt.
That's affirmative.
We'll take talk listen on space to space. We'll go back to the big loop.
In work, changing.
Okay, about to fire S1A1. Stand by. Roger.
That completes the hot fire test at the 260-meter hold point. Teams on the ground hot fired 4 of the reaction control system thrusters. These are located on the service module. The crew was able to report they felt all but one of those, or heard all but one of those hot fires.
And the engineering teams here in Houston still analyzing the data they got from the hot fire tests.
Starliner saw a good burn performance on B2A2 and S2A2. We're going to inhibit fail off and get those back into the set. That'll restore 6th off control. And we're still assessing the other 2 jets.
Okay, we're standing by. You're going to do the inhibit fail off, and we'll be standing by for cleanup procedures.
Yeah, good read back.
Drifting out to 265, looks like. You want me to fire forward and maintain closer to 260, or just let it drift?
And Butch, go ahead and sweeten that up to get us back into 255 to 265.
And during the recent hot fire test of the RCS jets that had been temporarily deselected, the hot fire test determined that 2 of the thrusters were still performing nominally. They just happened to have a slightly out of range sensor value. We have sensor value ranges set fairly conservatively, which is part of the reason why we do the hot fire test, to verify that they are still working. Mission controllers are still analyzing the other 2.
B2A2 is back in the set. We have 6th off capability back.
And we do have Butch Wilmore continuing to manually hold the spacecraft at this 260-meter point away from the station.
Starliner, we can go ahead and take step 9 with the following deltas. We want your ADI reference frame LVLH and manual controlled hold reference frame LVLH, then point hold, transpulse.
LVLH, point hold, transpulse, and we'll put that in work now.
Good read back. And once you're there, go ahead and sweeten up your pointing to get it back at the target. S2A2 is back in the set. We're looking at the data for the other two jets.
Otto?
Say again, Sonny?
You want us in trans-pulse point hold, is that correct? Or auto?
No. Yeah, point hold, trans-false.
We're there?
See it. All right, Butch and Sonny, we're ready for the manual piloting demo at your leisure.
I think I got all axes there, Houston. I'm good with manual piloting. As expected, except for when we didn't have the full 6 off.
All right. Yep. We're just confirmed you got all axes and you're happy with it. And we're still looking at the data down here. I'll get right back with you.
And as teams continue to analyze the data they've received from those hot fires of the 4 RCS, or reaction control system thrusters, they gave the crew the opportunity to conduct the manual piloting demo. They are still at that 260-meter hold point. This is where the demo was initially intended to take place, and due to the station keeping that they've already been performing during these thruster firings, Butch Wilmore reports back that he feels like he has a good idea of control of the vehicle, and he feels that the manual piloting demo itself is complete. And we have been tracking a docking at 11:15.
We've recovered enough jets to get back enable 1. Enable 1 is good. I'd like you to configure backup for enable 1.
Enable 1 on, enable 2 off.
Roger.
We were tracking an initial docking time of 11:15 a.m. Central Time. However, that is a window. That was just the first opportunity. So even this extended hold, we still have the opportunity to make that first docking window.
Starliner is continuing to station keep out in front of the approach corridor for ISS, as both ISS and Starliner are about to enter a period of darkness. Sun going over the horizon for them.
And just as expected, they have entered that orbital nighttime. The International Space Station sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day, and the orbiting laboratory and Starliner are currently flying approximately 258 statute miles over the Seychelles.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. So here's the deal right now. We are 0 fault tolerant to 6th off control, so we cannot technically get into the keep out sphere. However, we would like you to go ahead and fly us in to 200 meters and station keep at 200 meters under manual. And for reference, the attitude that we're targeting is going to be roll pitch yaw 179, 173, and 4. And you're good to do that now.
Coming in to 200 meters.
Roger.
There's still some discussions here in mission control with engineers looking at the data from the hot fire test. In the meantime, they're having Butch and Sonny move Starliner to a slightly closer position as they wait the results of the analysis from the hot fire test.
The vehicle is still being manually piloted, and we heard the call that they do not have the go to enter the keep out sphere due to the current configuration. However, as Jim mentioned, they are flying into near that 200-meter point. The keep out sphere is a 200-meter radius around the International Space Station, sort of an invisible boundary. The keep out sphere and that 200-meter radius, again, it's a way to govern the arrival and departure of vehicles. Essentially, before a spacecraft can enter the keep out sphere, it has to be at least 4 orbits safe, meaning if it were to lose control of its thrusters, it would not enter that 200-meter radius within 4 orbits. Again, to keep you updated on where we are at, we are troubleshooting 4 reaction control system thrusters on the service module of Starliner. At the 260-meter hold point, the crew was scheduled to conduct a manual piloting demo. They did so by station keeping while those 4 thrusters were hot-fired, meaning they're trying to regain use of them. We've received confirmation 2 of those have been recovered, and they have instructed the crew to move into the 200-meter point. Currently, the crew does not have the go from the teams to move into the keep-out sphere and continue its approach to the International Space Station. We were anticipating docking at as early as 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We will not make that timeline, but we are still in a docking window.
To recap the last few minutes of what we've been seeing here in the Starliner flight control room. Starliner crew, Butch and Sonny, did some manual station keeping, as well as helped do a hot fire test for some of the RCS jets that were automatically taken out of the set for use. Currently, 2 of the 4 that had been preemptively turned off are now turned back on. They saw good data from them from the hot fire test. There's a lot of chatter on the back loops for mission control and the engineers. They're currently discussing a few more of them. Since the hot fire test, Butch and Sonny moved slightly closer to in the approach corridor. All is preparing for the next phase once they finish the analysis of the RCS jet data.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. See you in the hold box. If you can just station keep there, 200 to 210.
If you're just joining us, we are covering the first flight test of astronauts to the International Space Station aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. This is NASA's Boeing crew flight test. The crew lifted off yesterday at 9:52 a.m. Central Time and is currently about 200 meters away from the International Space Station and holding. They do not currently have the go to enter the keep-out sphere and proceed with the docking process, as they are troubleshooting some reaction control system thrusters that failed on the service module. Aboard the Starliner spacecraft are NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore as commander and Sonny Williams as pilot. They are currently manually piloting the spacecraft at that approximate 200-meter hold point.
Re-enabled B1A3, talking about our next approach. Just give us a few minutes.
Hi.
And flight control teams here in Houston have re-enabled the B1A3S service module RCS jet. Butch and Sonny still station keeping Starliner, hovering between 200 and 210 meters out in front of the approach corridor for the Node 2 forward Harmony node docking port.
A little more info about these RCS thrusters. These are reaction control system thrusters. There are 28 of them, and they are located on the service module. That's the lower portion, essentially, when you look at Starliner. The service module does not return to Earth. Also on the service module are 20 OMAC thrusters. That stands for Orbital Maneuvering and Attitude Control. OMAC thrusters are used for larger burns. Meanwhile, the RCS thrusters, what we are currently troubleshooting, these are used closer to the International Space Station. They allow us to make more fine-tuned changes to the spacecraft's trajectory.
We're about halfway through the orbital night period for Starliner and ISS. Still some analysis being done on the data from the hot fire test, as well as determining which docking window may be available for Starliner. Once they have
Houston on the big loop, just be advised, looks like you're doing great flying there at in the hold box. We lost the first docking window. We're going to still analyzing all the data and getting a path to approach for the next docking window.
Do that.
That call to the crew from Capcom Neil Nagata here in the White Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas at the Johnson Space Center. We were anticipating the earliest docking today for 11:15 a.m. Central Time, but with that call, we will not be making this first docking window. The second of those windows opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
And just so you're aware, we deactivated Mustang to help out main B power margin.
So we're going to power off the centerline camera for now. We've got to get bested.
There we go with that.
The crew is just outside that 200-meter keep-out sphere from the International Space Station. And Butch Wilmore continues to manually pilot the spacecraft.
Starliner Houston, we'd like to get back at some level of automation for the hold. So we'd like to take a destination B, retreat 200 meters, then trans auto and point auto. And we're just sit tight here for a minute.
Okay, you want to do that now or sit tight?
No, I'd like you to take those actions now. Destination B, Bravo, then trans auto, point auto, and then what I was saying is we'll sit tight at 200 meters while we're taking a look at the data and getting a path back in.
We copy that. We're going to go destination Bravo, retreat to 200 meters. Then we're going to go point auto first, and then trans auto.
Yeah, sounds great.
Capcom Neil Nagata flowing up some information to Butch and Sonny. They're following a short procedure to get Starliner back into autopilot mode.
Expected message, T2A2 is not where we're looking.
Okay, stand by.
Starliner, yep, T2A2 failed off, still have fault tolerance fixed off control.
I'm not going to try to figure this out myself. Are we still good at enable 1? Backup control?
Stand by. All right. Butch, with S1A1 and T2A2, both enables are degraded, so you might as well leave it enable 1. And like we talked about last night, if you have to drop the backup, you'll just have to find the right switch to accomplish what you need to accomplish.
That's what I figured. Thanks. Got it.
You're watching live coverage of NASA's Boeing crew flight test to the International Space Station with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams aboard the Starliner spacecraft. We were tracking an initial docking time of 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We will not dock during this during this current docking window. The next docking opportunity opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. That window closes at 1:19 p.m. Central Time. The crew is currently backing away from the 200-meter radius known as the Keep-Out Sphere at the International Space Station. They will hold at about 250 meters away. About 45 minutes ago, the teams noticed there were some reaction control system thrusters. These are on the service module of the spacecraft. 4 specifically were beginning to fail off, meaning they would need to be reactivated. The crew took manual control of the spacecraft at the 260-meter hold point and conducted some manual piloting while those 4 reaction control system thrusters were fired. With the current configuration, the teams have not currently given the go for the astronauts and the spacecraft to move inside the Keep-Out Sphere. That Keep-Out Sphere is a 200-meter invisible radius around the International Space Station, and the spacecraft must be considered 4 orbits safe, meaning it would not move into that radius within 4 orbits if it were to lose control of its thrusters. We are operating out of 2 flight control rooms here at Johnson Space Center. On the left, you see Capcom, or capsule communicator, Neil Nagata. He's the voice you've been hearing speaking with Butch and Suni aboard Starliner. We're in the white flight control room. This is the Starliner flight control room. And on the right side of your screen is the International Space Station flight control room just across the hall, where teams are leading the space station and all of its systems.
Starliner and Station Houston on the big loop. Right now, Starliner has enough capability. We have fault tolerance of 6-off control to press in. However, we'd like to do that press in about 17.5 minutes from now. Given that, we're going to go ahead and perform another hot fire to see if we can recover the T2A2 and S1A1 jets in the intervening time. So for Starliner, once we get into insulation here and get our optical cameras back for Vesta, we're going to get back into the SM hot fire test procedure.
Starliner copies. Sunny's pulling it up.
Station copies.
And I call from Capcom, Neil Nagata to Butch and Sunny and Starliner. They have analyzed the data from the RCS switchers they've gotten back, the ones that have been enabled. They do have 6-off control of Starliner, which means they are currently go for a docking. They're currently planning on moving in for the next docking attempt.
Again, that next docking window opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. In the meantime, they are going to conduct a couple more hot fire tests to continue attempting to recover 2 of those RCS, or reaction control system thrusters.
We are reaching the end. We are reaching the end of the nighttime period for ISS and Starliner. We should expect some views of both Starliner and ISS from each other's cameras shortly. There is a possibility to hot fire some of the jets again during this time period. We will wait for a call from the Capcom.
Starliner for the hot fire. The plan here is we're going to hot fire 3 jets, B1A3, T2A2, S1A1. Part of the reason we have to go back and take a look at B1A3 is because we had an attitude correction. We told you to do it, and it kind of muddied the rates for B1A3. So to get confidence back in it, what we're going to do here is we're going to have you go, we'll have you go to point hold and manual, right? And then we're going to sweeten up the station keeping. We're going to go to free drift, and then we're going to go ahead. I'll let you know when we start firing those jets. You'll be hands off until I tell you you're hands on. How copy?
Hands off the 10-minute hands on after we go free drift. We're ready.
Okay, and also to make things a little simpler, we're going to stay in LVLH for this one. So stand by for my next call to get us configured.
Standing by, yeah, we like LVLH. We were curious while we were in Nurseville to begin with. Thank you.
Starliner will take a point hold transpulse when you get there. Stand by, Ray will give us some words to sweeten up the station keeping.
Okay, we are point hold transpulse.
This view coming from the International.
Two ups. All right, Starliner, we'll take point free, hands off.
Free, hands off.
Again, this view live from the International Space Station, and you can see Starliner still at that approximate 220 to 250 meter point. The space station and Starliner are entering into an orbital daytime, currently flying 259 statute miles over French Polynesia. Of course, we've been keeping you updated with all of the Starliner updates here in the White Flight Control Room, but my teammate Gary Jordan across the hall has been keeping tabs on everything space station. We'll go to Gary.
A jet fire on board.
Roger.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Of course, we're following along every step of the way with the teams over in the next flight control room following Starliner operations. Some of the views you were seeing were of the flight director, Vincent LaCourte, speaking with Ed Van Cise, flight director over in the Starliner flight control room, coordinating on entering that keep out sphere. We've been showing you periodic views of some of the telemetry that shows that sphere. Now, of course, once we cross that boundary, we're, of course, now in integrated operations, but that boundary needs to be carefully coordinated before pressing in and make sure it has the right fault tolerance. Outside the keep out sphere now, Butch and Sunny remaining in a hold position. That go to proceed inwards has been given by the teams confident enough in the configuration of Starliner with the necessary redundancies to back away if needed once inside the keep out sphere. Lots of coordination happening on both sides before giving that call. But from the International Space Station flight control team, there is enough confidence in the configuration to go ahead and press in. And we're following along with these views from the International Space Station. Getting great views, the sun reflecting.
Starliner, we'll take point, hold, and then point back at the target, please.
Hold, and we will point back at the target.
Good read back.
The point hold of the Sarge being one of the features of the International Space Station. The Vesta system, which we've been talking about on Starliner, tracks some of the features of the International Space Station, just making sure the pointing is right, and we do have some time to figure it out. Again, there's another about 8-minute window before the crew is given the go to press in inside the keep-out sphere. Now, there are several milestones once we press inside the keep-out sphere. To enable a docking, the window of which starts at 12:33 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. But once inside the keep-out sphere, the crew is scheduled to have a 10-meter hold point. We're not pressing in straight from the current position, just outside, just about 200, a little inside 220 meters right now from the station's forward port.
If that's okay with you, and otherwise it's good.
Good with the attitude. Point free, hands off.
Attitude point free, hands are off.
S1A1 fired.
Jet fire.
Roger.
Capcom Neil Magada in the Starliner flight control room. The voice you're hearing inside Starliner is Sonny Williams, confirming that when the ground teams enable the thruster firing for that hot fire test, which had been reported to the crew.
We got a pretty good yaw rate. Let me fix this.
Negative. We're firing B1A3. Stand by.
These numbers you're hearing are the specific thrusters.
And we heard it.
Roger that. We're looking.
You heard confirmation of feeling some of those thrusters, S1A1, B1A3. These are the specific thrusters that are targeted for these hot fire tests before proceeding into the keep-out sphere. Again, the teams are comfortable with the current configuration with some of the reaction control thrusters. In the current configuration off, however, some of these thrusters that are being fired now are part of the hot fire test to try to recover some of those. Even though there is redundancy, recovering those would just add enough redundancy or additional redundancy outside of the already go configuration. The crew reporting that they are feeling those thrusters as they are hot fired.
Okay, we'll take point hold to get us back on target track. Point hold and take us back and point us back to the target.
Okay, we'd like to do translation.
Stand by. Starliner, your go to translate back to the hold box manually.
From the view of the space station, you're looking at Starliner a little more than 220 meters away. The crew has been given a go to switch back to manual mode and push in just a little bit to the hold box before pressing in. Team's continuing to analyze the hot fire test. And we're tracking and following along with the teams before going ahead to press in. From this view in the orbital daytime, you can see some of the RCS jets firing. as crew takes manual control.
Say again, Tony.
Back in the box.
And can you guys get us in 200 to 210 meters, please?
200 to 210.
Starliner crew confirming. From the ground, they just need to push in just a little more from where they are. An extra 10 meters or so should get them inside the box, the planned hold box. Again, and they'll continue to hold there. Right now, the crew on manual flight and continue to hold there until given the go to press inside the keep-out sphere. We're just a few minutes away from the scheduled time that the crew is scheduled to depart inside the keep-out sphere. We'll follow along with the teams as they give that go. This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting live views from the station of the Starliner, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams inside, manually piloting the Starliner in a station keeping hold position. Right now, just about 212 meters from the station. Station and Starliner are flying approximately 257 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean, approaching the west coast of Mexico, about to fly over the Midwest of the United States on a northeastern trajectory. In an orbital daytime, you're getting great views from the outside of the station. Teams continuing to analyze the Starliner before going ahead and pressing in to the keep-out sphere. The earliest window to do so is crossing right about now, but we'll wait for that go from both teams concurring to press in and go through those next steps to the 10-meter hold point. We'll get that view of Starliner a lot closer than what we're seeing now. We're attempting right now the second docking window, continuing to look at the Starliner and its systems, the reaction control thrusters that are needed to enable a go to proceed inside the keep-out sphere and ensure a safe docking to the International Space Station. The window for that second attempt opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. That's, of course,
Starliner Houston C in the box. We'll take auto.
Auto.
The crew manually flying again and station keeping within the hold window inside, right now inside 210 meters. Given the go to switch to auto hold mode, giving Butch and Sonny a break from stick time, holding in that position before proceeding inwards towards the keep-out sphere. Again, we were talking about the windows. 12:33 is the beginning of that window. 1:19 p.m. Central Time is the back end of that window. Flight controllers here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, continuing to evaluate steps needed to ensure a go to proceed inside the keep out sphere, and go ahead and press in for that attempting for docking within the second window. We're following along very closely and coordinating.
Houston. So based on the hot fire test, the T2A2 and S1A1 had satisfactory results. We didn't get a result out of B1A3. So we're going to re-enable T2A2, S1A1, and inhibit B1A3.
We copy all. You're going to inhibit B1A3. The other two, we see one of them back online, and it felt like the rest of them to us. I'm not sure what your data shows, but okay, copy all.
Okay. Just read that back. You felt all three.
Yes, we felt all three.
Roger. And by getting back T2A2, backup enable 1 became full again. And I don't think he switched out of that, but we're still go backup enable 1.
For that, enable 1 on, enable 2 is off. SMRCS.
Roger that.
So again, holding outside the keep out sphere, Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams inside the Starliner spacecraft, working hand in hand with the ground controllers here, or the flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Starliner flight controller room in the room next door to the International Space Station flight control room. The teams worked together to hot fire some of the reaction control thrusters that went down. Looks like some of the reaction control thrusters, 2 specifically, performed well, so those will be re-enabled. 1 did not perform so well, so they're going to go ahead and inhibit that particular thruster. That one's B1A3. Currently analyzing the configuration before pressing in. The flight control team here in Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station flight control team, working hand in hand to make sure that we are jointly operating within the flight constraints needed to press inside the keep out sphere. Flight Director Vincent LaCourte here in the International Space Station flight control room, working hand in hand with Ed Van Cise, the flight director in Starliner Mission Control. We're continuing to follow along here in the International Space Station flight control room. Let's go ahead and head over to the white flight control room with the Starliner teams following along.
Starliner,
Leah and Jim.
Go to recover. It's an orb traj tab stop 8 for recover.
Stop 8, recover. Here we go.
Thanks, Gary, and welcome back to the White Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center. Yes, we are monitoring Starliner here in this room, all teams continuing to analyze the data from the recent tests. And as you can see, Starliner in this live view from the International Space Station, it is essentially parked at about 200 meters away from the station. Again, we are waiting to move into the keep out sphere, that 200-meter radius around the space station. We are targeting the next docking window that opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. Now we are in another tracking and data relay satellite system handover. We expect to regain those visuals shortly. Meanwhile, here's another good look at the teams in Mission Control Houston, both Starliner and International Space Station. As Gary just shared, over there on the left, in the middle of your screen, that is Neil Nagata. That's the Capcom you've been hearing speak with the crew. Down toward the bottom in the white shirt is NASA astronaut Mike Fink. You may have seen him on the launch broadcast yesterday. He is also a crew member for the Starliner 1 mission. Up at the top of your screen, that's Flight Director Ed Van Cise.
And Starliner progressing slowly through the approach corridor now. We've just reached 187 meters. 190 meters, the first distance, and Starliner's flight plan for docking. First milestone inside of the keep out sphere. currently moving towards station at about 23 centimeters per second. We're going to continue our slow approach until the 10-meter point at which we have a planned hold where we will enable the NASA docking system, NDS, and then prepare for a final docking several minutes afterwards.
Starliner is directly lined up with the Node 2 forward port. That is where it will be docking today. Also docked to the Node 2 port are the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. That's on the Zenith side. So once Starliner arrives, we will have 2 American crewed spacecraft at the International Space Station.
Station Houston on the big loop. Starliner is inside the keep out sphere. Begin monitoring per 1.106, step 1.1.
1.1, 1.106, station.
And with Starliner inside the keep out sphere, this is the second of those 2 invisible boundaries that we use to govern arriving and departing spacecraft. The first is the approach ellipsoid. That's when our joint operations begin between the space station and the Starliner teams. Now, the keep out sphere, we had to wait outside of this location for a go. You have to have at least 4 orbits safe before you can move into the keep out sphere. That means if you were to lose control of your thrusters, you would not move inside that boundary for 4 orbits.
Just to make sure we're on the same page, we're inside the keep out sphere, and we are in procedure 6.102, step 28 with you.
And Starliner is with you. Fill 2's up to 45 hits.
And Barry, that is as expected. Those will reject up until 10 meters.
As Starliner continues its approach, both it and the International Space Station are flying approximately 261 statute miles over Kansas, crossing into Nebraska. Another satellite handover as Starliner continues its approach to the International Space Station. Again, we track these handovers on the tracking data and relay satellite system, and we have regained that visual communication of Starliner on its approach. Again, we are inside the keep out sphere. Starliner has been given the go to proceed, and we are targeting the earliest docking time for 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
And Starliner looking good on our current rates in. We're expecting about a 6-minute lighting hold when we get to 10 meters.
Minute lighting hold, copy.
Capcom, Neil Nagata, providing some status updates to Butch and Sunny up in Starliner. And they're still progressing slowly towards the 10-meter hold point. Currently right at around 109 meters away from the Node 24 docking port, progressing at about 21 centimeters per second. Once Starliner reaches the 10-meter holding point, it will hold for about 6 minutes to wait for nominal lighting. Part of the reason for that hold and the nominal lighting is to get enough sunlight in the right direction to help Starliner's Vesta cameras view all of the features of ISS for part of the image recognition part of the Vesta system, as well as it also helps the ISS crew continue to monitor Starliner from their side.
And just a reminder of the NASA astronauts aboard Starliner today. Commander Butch Wilmore, it is his third flight to the International Space Station after having been selected as an astronaut in 2000. He flew first to the International Space Station as a pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009 and served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 in 2014. NASA astronaut Sunny Williams is the pilot for the CFT mission, or crew flight test. She was selected to be a NASA astronaut in 1998. This is also her third flight to the International Space Station, the first one coming as a flight engineer for Expedition 14, and in 2012, a member of Expedition 32. Starliner is now approximately 90 meters away from the International Space Station.
And at the 100-meter point of Starliner's approach towards ISS, it has slowed down to 0.1 meters per second, or 10 centimeters per second. It will continue at that lower rate until it reaches the 10-meter holding point.
And to recap, we are again targeting a docking no earlier than 12:33 p.m. Central Time. This comes after some troubleshooting of some reaction control system thrusters. Those are also known as RCS thrusters on the service module portion of the Starliner spacecraft. We had 5 at different points, had 5 of those thrusters go offline, and through several hot fire tests, we were able to bring back 4 of those thrusters and obtain the go and the redundancy that we needed to enter the keep out sphere and approach the International Space Station for docking.
Passing through the 80-meter mark on Starliner's approach to the Node 24 docking port, we'll expect another decrease in velocity right around the 50-meter mark. We'll cut it in half down from 0.1 meters per second to 0.05. Then further, when we get to the 30-meter mark, we will turn on Starliner's forward docking lights.
Starliner now approximately 63 meters away from the International Space Station. Again, we are docking to the Node 2 forward port today. We are now 33 minutes away from the opening of the next docking window. However, we may hold at the 10-meter hold point for lighting to balance out and give us a better view of the international docking adapter that Starliner is targeting. Starliner continues to use the VESTA system as it approaches the International Space Station. That stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. There are two VESTAs on Starliner so that we have fault tolerance. These include vision-based cameras, a long-wave infrared camera, as well as LiDAR.
Starliner just passing the 50-meter mark. It has now slowed its approach rate to 5 centimeters per second, 0.05 meters per second.
Starliner continues to approach the International Space Station. Both are traveling at approximately 17,000 miles per hour, but in these proximity operations, we have to move very slowly and precisely to line up properly with the Node 2 forward port. We are now about 44 meters away from that docking adapter. The next hold point comes at the 10-meter hold point. And again, we anticipate that we may hold here for some time while we wait for the lighting to balance out for Starliner.
And coming up on 40 meters away from station, still progressing at about that 0.05 meter per second approach rate. Starliner currently experiencing a period of relative darkness where the visual spectrum cameras aren't getting as much information from its picture, but the LiDAR and infrared cameras are taking over for most of the data capture.
Again, this is NASA's Boeing crew flight test to the International Space Station, the first flight of astronauts aboard Starliner. Today, they are carrying NASA's Butch Willimore and Sunny Williams, both making their third trip to the International Space Station after lifting off at 9:52 a.m. Central Time yesterday from Space Launch Complex 41 in Florida. And we are coming up on 30 meters from the International Space Station, getting a beautiful view now of Starliner as it continues its approach. We are in an automated piloting mode at this time, so the crew is not having to command the spacecraft. Starliner is designed to automatically rendezvous and dock with the space station, but we have seen the crew take manual control of the spacecraft a couple of times during this flight test. One of those happened yesterday afternoon while we were in what is called far field operations. They essentially got to test maneuvering the spacecraft in case they ever did need to take manual control. And because that test went well, they did the same thing as we were at about the 260-meter hold point earlier today.
Just passed through the 30-meter mark, and you see the Starliner's forward docking lights turn on. The station is getting a good view of Starliner with the lighting coming from that direction. We're waiting for the Earth to spin a little bit more, sun to move relatively, so Starliner gets a good set of lighting on station, and we'll continue the approach towards the No. 24 docking port. Starliner nearing the 20-meter point, currently at about 22 meters away, still progressing at 0.05 meters per second. From Starliner's view, front of station is still fairly dark, using mostly the LiDAR sensor for feature tracking on the front of the docking, No. 24 docking port. Currently, you can see Starliner's NASA docking system, NDS. Docking cover has been open for a long period of flight. Currently, the docking ring on the soft capture system is retracted. It's the inner metal ring on the front of NDS with the 3 pedals sticking out from it. Once we hit the 10-meter docking hold point, Starliner will extend the soft capture system, which is a series of motor-controlled arms. Once we start moving forward after the 10-meter hold point, those arms will remain extended. Starliner will approach the international docking adapter. Upon contact, there are several spring-loaded latches that will attach Starliner to station. Then, several minutes later, the arms on that soft capture system will retract. From there are several hooks that will securely latch Starliner onto that docking port, and then from there we will have hard capture. Right now we're currently coming up on 16 meters away.
And again, we anticipate holding at that 10-meter hold point. This is a built-in hold, and we may wait here until we get ideal lighting. The International Space Station and Starliner are flying over Algeria and about to cross into an orbital nighttime. Again, we see about 16 sunrises and sunsets each day when traveling at orbital velocity. That's 17,500 miles per hour. In terms of relative velocity right now, Starliner is traveling at about 0.05 meters per second. And to translate that, that's about 1/10 of a mile an hour as it moves in toward the International Space Station.
Meter hold confirmed.
Houston copies, and Starliner, we're expecting 6-minute lighting hold before NDS configures for docking.
Station Houston on the big loop. Starliner's at the 10-meter hold point. ISS crew perform 1.106, step 1.2.
Station copies on the big loop, executing 1.2 of 1.106. ISS crew ready for final approach.
Houston copies.
Starliner Houston, got your fill-ins for your step 31. The maneuver to target align will be at 17:27:40. Expect final approach at 17:30. We're going to have 47 minutes of margin.
Okay, 17:27:40 and final approach 17:30. We don't know if you said 40 or 00.
It was going to be, well, the time for final approach 17:30:00 with 47 minutes of margin, 47.
Okay, 00 with 47 minutes of margin, copy.
Starliner holding steady in the 10-meter hold point. Currently about 3 minutes and 50 seconds away until for the first phase of the 10-meter hold. We're waiting for better lighting for Starliner's cameras. In the second phase of the 10-meter hold, the NASA docking system will continue to finish its initialization.
Starliner appears suspended in space as it and the International Space Station continue traveling at over 17,000 miles per hour. And again, we are anticipating an orbital nighttime here shortly. We are at the 10-meter hold point. This is a built-in hold for all arrivals. And we will continue holding here until we get the lighting that the teams are looking for to continue to press in towards that Node 2 forward port.
With this close-up view, you can actually get a pretty good view of what the Vesta cameras look like and where they are. Those are the two black rectangular shapes in the upper right and bottom left of that front docking port area. There's also an additional camera offset to the left, just above the orange data connection. Those cameras are spread out in different locations to help better track different features on the front of the International Docking Adapter.
And we are again in a satellite handover with the International Space Station. The station uses the tracking and data relay satellite systems, and we expect to regain visual communication shortly. However, we will still be at that 10-meter hold point. Again, the docking window opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. And we are in an automated piloting for the Starliner spacecraft, so Butch and Sunny are able to continue monitoring its approach once we resume that, but they will not be needed to take manual control and fly in and dock the spacecraft. That capability does exist, and we tested some of that manual piloting earlier in the flight.
So we just hit 10-meter hold 2. We're putting step 32 in work, if you're ready.
We are ready.
Again, Houston.
We are ready.
Okay, here goes, step 32.
Here we go. Roger.
NDS latch NEA switch is in enable.
Roger. Starliner reactivating Mustang.
Okay.
Continuing to hold at the 10-meter point while the NASA docking system extends the docking ring, or the soft capture ring, I should say. Now less than 10 minutes away from the opening of the next docking window, again that coming at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
Starliner, Houston on a big loop, NDS and entry cover are configured for docking.
Starliner copies, we're ready.
Capcom Neil Nagata and Commander Butch Wilmore, both confirming that they see NDS ready for docking. We're currently sitting about 1 minute 55 seconds away from the final approach ignition. During the last 10 meters, you'll see Starliner approach at a very slow rate, similar to the last 50 meters that we saw coming in the approach corridor.
The view on the right of your screen in the larger box, that's from Starliner's Vesta cameras. This helps Starliner align with the International Space Station. Again, we are docking to the Node 2 forward port today. Window opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
And we're looking about 30 seconds away from the final approach.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. You are go to command final approach with tap stop 4 OFM, trigger next.
Here comes the safe, putting in the trigger next. Tap stop 4.
Station Houston on the big loop. For ISS crew, perform 1.106 steps 1.3 and 1.4.
Houston copies, executing 1.3, 1.4, 1.106.
And the Starliner crew have gotten the authority to proceed for the final approach. Starliner is currently at just over 9 meters away, approaching at about 0.05 meters per second, or 5 centimeters per second, towards the known 2 forward docking port.
Again, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, the commander, and Sonny Williams, the pilot, on the crew flight test today. This is an autonomous docking, meaning they are monitoring from inside Starliner, but the spacecraft is currently flying itself. Starliner now less than 7 meters away from the International Space Station. All good calls on the ground.
Estimated time of contact is 2 minutes.
Now approximately 5 meters.
And Starliner passing through 4 meters.
Now less than 3 meters away from the International Space Station. Good performance calls coming from teams in mission control.
Starliner at 1.5 meters away, currently about 25 seconds from docking. .5 meters.
Contact capture.
We see the same.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time, above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station. Butch and Sunny have made their arrival.
Starliner's soft capture system has finished attenuating any motion after initial capture. Next step for the NASA docking system is to retract its extension arms, allow the hooks on the hard capture system to attach to the docking port on the Node 2 forward international docking adapter.
And with the arrival of Starliner, again, that coming at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, we have 2 American crewed spacecraft aboard the International Space Station. And with contact and capture of the Starliner spacecraft, we are now securing the spacecraft to that Node 2 forward port. First step in that is ring retraction of the NASA docking system soft capture ring. Once that's complete, there are 12 hooks that will need to drive and more firmly secure the spacecraft. Those will happen in 2 sets of 6. This takes anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes after the spacecraft arriving to the International Space Station.
Houston on the big loop. Thrusters disabled for hard maintenance.
Houston copies.
We're now about 6.5 minutes after initial contact and capture of the soft capture system. We can expect the hard capture hooks to start anytime after about 7 minutes from that soft capture time frame. So while we're waiting for the NASA docking system on the Starliner side to finish completing its docking procedure, let's go over to the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Hey, thank you, Jim. We're following along every step of the way here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight Director Judd Freeling working hand in hand with the teams over with you over in Starliner Mission Control, ensuring that everybody's following the joint flight rules that are necessary. There's Judd Freeling in the forward end. To his left is Diana Trujillo, working to monitor all the different steps together. Will Vu over to Vince's right is to Vincent LaCourte's right is Will Vu, the voice from Mission Control here in Houston, up to the crew aboard the International Space Station. Space Station has a couple of maneuvers in order to proceed with the next steps of retracting the NASA docking system ring on the Starliner. The thrusters need to be disabled on the International Space Station side, and the International Docking Adapter must be aligned with the NASA docking system. Teams here in Mission Control Houston verifying all of those have passed, so we're following along to proceed towards a hard capture. Again, we had soft capture confirmed at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. The hard capture secures Starliner to the International Space Station. Expect to hear some words from the crew after that hard docking is complete. In the meantime, lots to follow along with to ensure a safe docking, a safe hard docking of Starliner to the International Space Station. A couple of steps. Now, of course, after that hard dock is complete, we still have to go ahead and open up the hatches, so the teams here will remain on console and follow along through the methodical steps necessary to pressurize the vestibule in between Starliner and the International Space Station. That vestibule is the International Docking Adapter. Right now it has been exposed to vacuum, awaiting for Starliner's arrival. Once Starliner is hard docked, they'll follow procedures in order to pressurize that vestibule from 0 psi to match that of Starliner and the International Space Station, same as we have here at sea level, 14.7 psi. That will take some time in order to accomplish. Now, because we docked on the second opportunity here, the second docking window that we were tracking as part of the flight to the International Space Station, we'll follow along to provide estimated times of hatch opening and the welcome ceremony, where the Expedition 71 crew will formally welcome the two first-time flyers of Starliner to the International Space Station, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, the first to fly the Boeing Starliner. Bringing you live views from here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Flight Director Vincent LaCourte talking with the flight control team. We're all waiting for the hard capture of Starliner to the International Space Station. Again, soft capture confirmed at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. We're in a short handover period, so we do not quite have live views from the International Space Station. Should hopefully be regaining those shortly to show you some live views of the spacecraft, the two spacecraft docked together, International Space Station and the Starliner. Fellow Flight Director T.J. Creamer was just passing behind Vincent LaCourte and Diana Trujillo. Lots of team members here in Mission Control Houston following along through the steps after docking the Starliner to the International Space Station. Visiting Vehicle Officer Dory Tomeko is following along with the teams over in the Starliner Flight Control Room. The Visiting Vehicle Officer, a console position here in Mission Control Houston that works very closely with any visiting vehicle spacecraft. The choreography necessary to safely dock and hard capture a visiting vehicle to the International Space Station must be carefully coordinated, and even events on board the International Space Station must be coordinated as well. Again, we talked about the attitude control systems with thrusters inhibited on the space station. Right now, control moment gyros are the ones that are holding the International Space Station in place until after the hard capture, when those thrusters can be re-enabled. There's also an exercise constraint on board the International Space Station, trying to limit the vibrations during dynamic operations of docking two spacecraft together at 17,500 miles an hour. For those just tuning in, we do have a contact and soft capture of the Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, currently at the forward end of the space station inside the Starliner spacecraft. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Team working hand in hand with Starliner Flight Control right down the hall here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The teams are now working through carefully choreographed procedures to ensure a hard docking to the International Space Station. After soft capture is confirmed, there is a series of very critical steps in order for that NASA docking system ring to retract on the Starliner spacecraft, pulling in the spacecraft for a hard dock. At this time, all the flight controllers you see here in the room are watching over those systems and following those procedures very carefully. This is not the first time that Starliner has docked to the International Space Station. Of course, we did have Starliner dock as part of the uncrewed flight demonstration that was OFT-2. This is the first docking with crew inside. Of course, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, both NASA astronauts, awaiting for their arrival aboard the International Space Station. We'll be providing you periodic updates and continuing our coverage through the entire procedure, including the hard dock and welcome of the Starliner crew to the International Space Station. Again, we'll remain on air continuously through the entire procedure of hard docking to the International Space Station. The docking of Starliner to the International Space Station leaves a small gap called a vestibule in between the station and the Starliner. That vestibule is currently at vacuum, and methodically over the next few hours needs to be, once, of course, hard dock is confirmed, needs to be pressurized up to sea level to match that of the internal pressure of Starliner and the International Space Station at 14.7 psi. We'll follow along from both sides, from the space station side as well as the Starliner side. Crew aboard the International Space Station will work through procedures to open up the different hatches and prepare the pressurized mating adapter for welcoming Butch and Sonny inside the orbital complex. There are many steps in order to outfit the pressurized mating adapter and prepare for their arrival, including opening up various hatches, including the Node 2 forward hatch and what's called the APES hatch. This is the hatch on the station side. On the Starliner side, the hatch is called the IVA, and that will be opened as well to allow a clear path for Butch and Sonny to enter into the International Space Station.
Starliner, all books are closed.
Houston copies. We agree, and we're just waiting for the sequence to complete. Again, you're getting live views from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. On the forward end of the screens there, you see some of the camera is set up in the Node 2 module of the International Space Station. This is at the very forward end. The hatch that you're looking at in this view is the Node 2 forward hatch.
That is one of 3 that will be needed to be opened in order to welcome Butch and Sonny to the International Space Station. Currently closed as part of the docking operations.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. We've all been waiting a little while for this call. That was an OK 3-wire, Fly Navy, docking complete.
Okay, indeed. Nice to be attached to the big city in the sky.
And from the ISS Flight Control Team, congratulations to all NASA and Boeing teams on this historic day. Butch and Sonny, nicely done. Welcome back to the ISS.
Outstanding. Great place to be. We're looking forward to staying here for a couple of weeks and getting all the things done in Starliner that we need to get done, and also on station, ready to work.
Welcome aboard, Starliner.
Starliner Capcom, Neil Nagata on the right in your screen, flanked to his side by NASA astronaut Mike Fink. To the left of Neil, Starliner Flight Director Ed Van Cise.
We're going to call that the big time.
Yeah, you have extension.
We're going to call that the big time approach and controlled collision, and the Claire Moore grab, grapple, cinch, and hold.
All right, roger that. It's on the record now.
Butch and Sonny, of course, very much looking forward to entering the International Space Station, the crew aboard the space station as well.
Houston on the big loop.
Station's here.
With the residue report on the outside of the Starliner hatch, we're going to work hatches one at a time, starting on the ISS side. So after A pass hatch open for TC, this is 1.302 step 5.6. Let us know if you smell anything off nominal. If you do, close the hatch and egress and we'll talk. But if things are good, we'll take some photos of the Starliner hatch, and assuming that we're still good, we'll work to get the Starliner hatch opened.
Okay, a copy in 1.302. Say again the step. I've got a...
Not a problem, TC. Step 5.6 is the actual A-pass hatch opening.
Okay, that may be another...
TC, we're just giving you a big picture right now, so...
One more thing from Starliner.
Go ahead, Starliner.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
TC, we're not ready for you to get into those steps yet. We'll let you know when we are ready. And one additional point here, we want you to focus those photos and your inspection on the actual window in the hatch.
Roger that. Photos on the actual window hatch.
So we're not sure everyone involved, but certainly great work by Flight and the prop team and whoever else was working to get us attached here. So fantastic. We're proud of you.
And we appreciate that down here, Butch. Starliner Houston, on the big loop, I'm ready for you to pick up in step 1 of 1.302, the CST-100 post-docking leak checks and ingress.
Station Houston on the big loop for TC. We're ready for you to perform step 2.1 and 1.302.
Copy, it'll work.
Starliner Houston big loop, just be advised we're deactivating Mustang for your suit doffing activities. I'll let you know when it's off.
Hey, and can you say the procedure one more time? We were screwing around doing other things.
No worries. 1.302, that's the first green block on your activity, on your timeline, CST hatch leak check. And that's step 1 only, please.
1, CST hatch leak check.
Lots happening right now. Congratulations in the Starliner flight control room. Handshakes all around. The crew is carefully awaiting confirmation of hard dock to proceed with the next steps. Of course, opening up the hatches and welcoming Butch and Sonny to the International Space Station. The contact and soft capture was confirmed at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. Teams in the room there in Starliner Mission Control celebrating the arrival of Butch and Sonny. We're hearing on both ends, on the Starliner end and on the International Space Station end, proceeding to open up the hatches. Celebration here in the International Space Station flight control room as well. Excitement all around to welcome Butch and Sonny on board. Again, it'll be a number of hours before we go ahead and open up those hatches. These steps to safely do so are very methodical. We'll follow along and continue our coverage every step of the way and give you updates on estimated times of the hatch opening and the welcome ceremony. The Mustang system that you heard referred to on the loops there is the internal camera system. Hope to...
I know you got the numbers, but 1.2 is 14.8, 14.8.01. We're in our 10-minute wait. We started about 30 seconds ago.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Hey, Butch, say again the time.
.200.
Roger.
I stand by. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. That's my from TPI counter. Make that 0445.
And Starliner, Houston, Big Loop, the Mustang cameras are off OFF.
Well, it's a wonderful day in both of the flight control rooms here in Houston. Starliner flight control teams and International Space Station flight control teams, as well as the crew aboard the International Space Station and inside Starliner, all working together to bring these two spacecraft together. We have confirmed docking at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. That was a contact and soft capture. Now the teams in both rooms are celebrating and congratulating all of the hard work that got us to this moment, the two spacecraft together. We're counting down, and we're going to follow along as part of our live coverage every step of the way to take you through the hatch opening steps and welcome Butch and Sunny on board the International Space Station. This is just the beginning of the celebrations, but we still have a lot to do. From here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, we'll follow along as the International Space Station crew, specifically Matt Dominic and Tracy Dyson, will work together to open up the hatches and begin the methodical sequence of preparing for Butch and Sunny to be welcomed aboard the International Space Station, including pressurizing that vestibule. For now, though, we'll toss it back over to Leah Cheshire and Jim May, who we've been working with and coordinating closely to enable today's docking. Leah and Jim.
Thanks, Gary, and welcome back to the White Flight Control Room, where you can see there is a lot of activity happening behind us. Again, we docked today at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, and we are anticipating hatch opening around 2:20 p.m. Central Time. So the teams are already stepping through those procedures on the space station and on Starliner.
And this is Boeing's Jim May. I'll be signing off. Thank you for letting me be there with you for this pretty historic moment for the Starliner crew, the ISS crew, all of NASA. My counterpart, Boeing's Rebecca Regan, will be taking you through with Leah and the rest of the team for the rest of the hatch opening and the ceremony for Starliner's crew arriving, Butch and Sunny arriving at the International Space Station.
That's right. We're not going anywhere. We're staying live until we see Butch and Sunny come floating through the hatch. We also anticipate to see some views from the crew while still aboard Starliner through the Mustang video system. We've heard some calls that those cameras have been taken off for now. That way the crew can get out of their suits and into something a little more comfortable before they join the other side of the space station crew. Again, still live here in the International Space Station, in the Starliner flight control room, as teams continue celebrating the arrival of Starliner today. That happened at 12:34 p.m. Central Time.
Just curious, who is sitting prop today?
Say again, Butch?
Okay, who's sitting prop today?
It's Mr. Lenort, sir.
Mr. Lenort, a man we all look up to. Thank you. Please relay your team that some really great expeditious work. It's not unnoticed, of course. Wonderful.
Yeah, he's not standing now, so I don't have to look up to him, but we copy that. Appreciate it.
Station Houston on the big loop. ISS thrusters have been enabled, and as you can probably guess, hard mode is complete.
Station copies. Great news.
So we're showing 10 minutes, and the numbers look the same, except the vestibule pressure went down 1/100th of a percent.
Roger that, Butch. Good leak checks were good for you to pick up in 1.4.
Okay, got 1.4. All right, Houston, initial hatch leak check is complete.
Roger that.
And we'll stand by until you verify that the India's power down is done.
All right, Butch. Yeah, we concur. India's power down's complete. We're working with ISS for the initial vestibule pressurization. As you heard, we're going to have a delta this procedure where we're not opening the hatches SIMO.
Station Houston on the big loop for TC. You have a go to perform step 3 in 1.302. TC Houston on the big loop. We'd like for you to close the APAS equalization valve.
Starliner Houston, air to ground 1.
Copy, good config.
Houston, Starliner, we're at air to ground 1. Just to let you know, also the WAP and all the CNS stuff is stored down, and satellite cameras all stored down.
Okay, hey, yeah, copy that. And then for your panel, Sunny, the pilot panel, can you take space talk listen, please?
Absolutely. Deal complete.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Thank you. We just get a hum because we got the big loop configured. Figured we'd move over to air to ground 1 just for a little bit to declutter the loops. No, we're not per timeline. So if you take a look at your timeline, we were calling up centerline camera WAP, and then you got all your suit off and those activities. You can reference your plan on the tablet. Just curious with the centerline camera, before we turned it off, did you guys catch a last battery reading, or maybe you saw something right as we got close?
It was right about 3/4, actually, because that was the one that I had charged up overnight. So it was 3/4 when we shut it down.
Okay, great news. Thank you so much.
Houston Station on the big loop. Just a report per procedure. GMT 18:19:20 was when the APAS equalization valve was closed.
Houston copies.
And Neil, when you guys are ready for those comp checks, let us know. Also, we're just standing by for that as well.
Yeah, copy that.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining our continuous coverage of the CFT, the Crew Flight Test mission to the International Space Station, the first flight of astronauts aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire. We saw docking of the Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station at 12:34 p.m. Central Time.
And I'm Boeing's Rebecca Regan, and just before I got on console here, there was NASA leadership and Boeing leadership in the room congratulating everyone for docking with the International Space Station today with the Starliner. First time that we've ever had humans on board, so really exciting day, and it took a little bit to get there, and I think on display was just an ultimate team sport by the Boeing and NASA team this afternoon.
Absolutely, and not to mention the hard work and efforts of our two crew members aboard Starliner itself. That's NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. They are still in the Starliner capsule. We have confirmation that hard capture is complete, so the spacecraft is securely attached to the Node 2 forward port on the International Space Station, and teams are continuing to work through the steps ahead of hatch opening. We anticipate that hatch opening to come in about an hour, 2:20 p.m. Central Time. This view on the right-hand side of your screen, NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson is working to prepare the space station side of the hatch to open and welcome the two new visitors to the orbiting laboratory.
On the left-hand side of the screen, you see Starliner there docked to the International Space Station. You know, we said it took a little bit to get to this point today, and, you know, I couldn't help but think Butch used to say, you know, if I wanted to, I could do barrel rolls around the International Space Station, and while he didn't do that today, they certainly did put Starliner through its paces.
Yeah, the crew had a couple of opportunities to do some manual piloting. One of those happened yesterday before their rest period. They did these far-field manual piloting operations, getting to take control of the spacecraft and maneuver it. This is a test flight, again, to make sure that Starliner is ready for operational rotation missions. And so with that completion of the manual piloting yesterday, the teams, or I should say the astronauts, did the same thing today at about 260 meters away from the International Space Station.
Definitely got to put their test pilot chaps to work today.
Station Houston on the big loop for Matt and timeline.
Go ahead.
Matt, sorry for the delay there. So we're going to work through hatches as quick as we can. As far as we can tell, we're about an hour behind on the timeline. And for your awareness, the second PAO event on the timeline is canceled for today.
Yeah, that's what we were looking at. You gave us the slide time, so we expect roughly an hour for each activity, which makes total sense.
Yep. And did you copy the call on the exercise go?
Copy the exercise go. We're busy with other stuff, but yes.
And
also, Houston, for SA, both Node 2 cameras are mounted and loaded for PO, and if you want two different angles.
We appreciate that. We'll take a look. And Matt, one additional thing for you. Depending on how things look like at the end of the day, we may slide your wake-up time to the right by an hour tomorrow.
Station copies. We're so happy to have them aboard.
Comms continue from teams on the ground to the Starliner crew and the crew aboard the International Space Station. Now, we are in a satellite handover. They were discussing some upcoming PAO, or Public Affairs Office events. The first of those will be the welcome ceremony. We anticipate that to happen about 20 minutes after hatch opening. Again, tracking hatch opening for around 2:20 p.m. Central Time. The second of those events may be rescheduled at a later date, but it was a private discussion. The second of those events, correction, was the VIP event that we were anticipating later this afternoon. We previously heard the call that the crew is go to resume exercise on the International Space Station. This is something that they are asked to stand down from when it comes time for a spacecraft to dock or depart. That's so that there aren't any loads imparted on the space station as any crew members are moving.
You may see there on your screen someone familiar. It looks like that person's smiling, and it is Sunny Williams, pilot of the crew flight test on Starliner. Again, we are live here in the Starliner Flight Control Room at Mission Control Houston in Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And the view on your screen is of Starliner on its crewed flight test to the International Space Station with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. The spacecraft arrived at 12:34 p.m. Central Time as the space station was flying over the southern Indian Ocean. Crews on both the Starliner side and the space station side are starting to walk through their procedures for hatch opening. We're expecting that to come around 2:20 p.m. Central Time. It would be followed shortly by a welcome ceremony for the two visiting crew members. Part of that preparation ahead of
hatch opening is vestibule pressurization. The vestibule is the space between the Starliner spacecraft and the International Space Station. Of course, this was previously exposed to a vacuum, the vacuum of space, before Starliner docked. So we want to pressurize that. We use the air, or the pressure, I should say, from the interior of the International Space Station. When it comes time for Starliner to undock, we will regain that pressure rather than venting it overboard.
So as Leah mentioned, as we docked to the International Space Station, we were flying over the South Indian Ocean, and so much synergy there for Sunny in particular. You know, she chose the gravity indicator, a narwhal, to bring awareness to research in space and research in the oceans. She says they go hand in hand. She also named the Starliner Calypso after Jacques Cousteau. So just really cool that she got a chance to do that today, and I certainly hope that people from India were tuning in, because Sunny is from Indian descent.
And on the right side of your screen, you saw a glimpse of NASA astronaut Matt Dominic and NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps as they prepare to welcome Butch and Sunny aboard the space station. Both of these crew members arrived earlier this year as part of the Crew 8 mission. It's both of their first flight to the International Space Station. On the contrary, for our two visitors today, this is the third visit to the space station for both Butch and Sunny.
Seeing live views now of Starliner outside the International Space Station through a space station camera, hoping to get at least 4 views of Starliner from inside the capsule here in just a few minutes. Crew's getting ready, and we'll, open the hatches and cross over soon. So if you all tuned in to coverage as they were making their way to the International Space Station, you may have heard Butch say a couple times that they had donned their fancy sweaters. So I'm very curious to see what they're wearing as they cross the hatch today.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the hatch, on the space station side, that's NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. She arrived to the orbiting laboratory in February. She is on an approximately 6-month mission. She and Matt Dominic, also a NASA astronaut, are sort of the prime members for configuring the space station side for welcoming Butch and Sunny today.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Matt and Starliner hatch.
Go ahead, for Matt.
Hey, Matt, we want to go over the APAS hatch plan with you one more time. So once we get that APAS hatch open, we're not ready for that yet. We want you to do an inspection and take pictures of the Starliner hatch and the residue. Once you've had a chance to do that, give us a call and give us a description of what you see. Now, if anything liberates or you experience any irritation, we want you to close the hatch and give us a call.
Okay, so I'm not doing it now, but when we open the APAS hatch, I will open it, I will use my eyes and my nose to smell, and I will take pictures of the camera. If there's anything, residue or anything, I will close the APAS hatch.
Good read, and we want you to focus on the Starliner hatch window.
Be the window.
Who is Matt?
Yeah, that's what we're wondering, but you can ask that on the big loop.
Who is Matt?
And Starliner Houston, while we investigate who Matt is, we will, I'm just curious if you guys are good with us turning the Mustang cameras back on.
Give us a few minutes for Mustang. We'll call you.
Yeah, no rush, no rush.
Station Houston on 2 for Matt. We see you in the PMA. You don't have a go for APAS open yet, so stand by on that.
Houston, Matt on 2. I am not opening the hatch. I'm just setting everything out, so when the time comes, we can move quick.
Houston copies.
Who is Matt?
We are about an hour and 12 minutes post-docking of Starliner's first crewed flight to the International Space Station. On the left hand of your screen there, you see Starliner, and you may see a little black line, or maybe a bigger black line on the thermal protection system of Starliner. And that is because Starliner, this particular crew module, has been to space and back again on orbital flight test 1. And so that is residual marks from the ablation of reentry. You're also seeing the horizon there underneath Starliner, a beautiful view. And we're going to go ahead and toss it over to Gary Jordan in the International Space Station control room, who will cover what's going on the right-hand side of your screen.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, we're here in the International Space Station flight control room, working hand in hand with the teams in the Starliner flight control room down the hall. Live from this view, you can see the flight controllers hard at work, looking after the procedures of opening up the hatches and making sure we are going through the methodical steps necessary to open up the hatches and welcome Butch and Sunny aboard the International Space Station. Inside Node 2 right now, you see NASA astronaut Matt Dominic working through some of those procedures. Teams are working through a leak check just to make sure we can work through those. In the meantime, Matt Dominic has set up a variety of different cameras inside Node 2. Some of them will be used to live stream the welcome of Butch and Sunny to the International Space Station. We're getting a view from one of those views now. Dominic currently donning some of the equipment necessary to perform an investigation once those hatches are opened. Now there are 3 hatches needed to be opened to welcome Butch and Sunny to the International Space Station. One of them is already opened. You can see at the very forward end of your screen there, the Node 2 hatch. Once this is open, you can see through to the pressurized mating adapter all the way down to the next hatch, which is the APAS hatch. This is on the station side, and on the other side of that hatch would be the vestibule that separates the Starliner from the International Space Station. That vestibule right now being checked as part of the leak checks necessary to pressurize that vestibule and open up those hatches. There's another hatch on the other side. This is the Starliner hatch called the IVA. And teams will be working to work through those procedures to open that hatch, which is uniquely a free-floating hatch. It's not on a hinge, so the crew will work to remove that hatch and then temporarily stow it as part of the procedures to welcome Butch and Sonny aboard. Now, some of the gear you are looking at, Matt Dominic, starting to don, is allowing for the inspection of those hatches. As part of any normal procedure of opening up the hatches, just to make sure it is truly safe, the crew inside the station dons some goggles that have, and you can see the headlamp to illuminate some of the working space that's necessary to look for any foreign object debris or anything that is part of the hatch opening sequence to ensure there's nothing obstructing the various hatch components, and we can ensure a good sequence of opening up those hatches. Now, Dominic is going through and getting just a jump start before giving the go to open up the hatch and begin that sequence. Just making sure he's got the necessary gear. In the meantime, NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps appearing in the foreground and working with Dominic there in the background, who will be leading the steps necessary to open up the hatches. Some of the reports you've heard on the big loop include inspecting some residue that was reported on the Starliner forward window. This is on the IVA hatch.
With you on one. That we haven't skipped over anything. I know we're a little bit behind the timeline.
Well, as far as I can tell, got almost everything squared away. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
No, just wanted to make sure that that there's nothing we missed.
Well, you know, what would be nice are some tablet battery percentages. And Butch, where we are is we're just going to wait on the leak checks. We're still waiting on the leak checks for the vestibule. And then, you know, we've got the deltas for the hatch opening. So we're still in the middle of the big leak check.
Okay, number 9 is 22, number 12 is 35. Neither one of them are charging right now.
Okay, roger that.
The voices you're hearing as part of that communication is that of Neil Nagata, the Starliner Capcom, over in the other room, speaking with Butch Wilmore on the other side of that hatch. Just as we are seeing.
And Butch, Richie's suggesting that since we're going to be on the tablets for a little while, that if you want to, you can go ahead and put one on charge on the spider cable.
Okay, yeah, we'll put 12 on it.
Roger.
Again, hearing some of the comms between Neil Nagata, Capcom in Starliner Flight Control Room, and Butch Wilmore on the other side of the hatch. They have their own procedures to work through to prepare Starliner for the hatch opening operations. In the meantime, we're getting views from the Node 2 module of the International Space Station. You see there Matt Dominic in the foreground working with Jeanette Epps, both NASA astronauts working through the procedures to open up the hatches. Now they're getting a jump start on some of the steps necessary to open up the hatch. There are a couple of steps ahead. As you can see, they have these cameras set up to allow us to have some wonderful live views from inside in preparation for those hatch opening steps. But once Butch and Sonny enter into the International Space Station.
Just, on air to ground 1, Butch and Sonny. Be advised, we're going to swap S-band strings so CDH can do some file manipulation on the DRM. I'll let you know when we're on string 1. That's for S-band, space to ground.
And we copy.
Now again, from inside Node 2, various cameras and lights set up to allow the best possible views of Butch and Sonny's ingress into the International Space Station. So we're witnessing some of those steps.
And Butch or Sonny, for the tablets, we'd like to know if you've got both tablets now configured for airplane mode.
That's permanent.
Roger that, thanks.
Quick question.
Yeah.
The undergarments we wore under our suits for launching up till now, we're not sure what remained on the spacecraft and what was taken off. Do we have another supply of undergarments, or do we have to save these and wear them back?
All right, we're going to check on that.
So a quick recap. Starliner docked to the International Space Station with a contact and soft capture at 12:34 p.m. Central Time today, June 6th. Crew here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room has been working with the crew you see here on your screen, the Expedition 71 crew members on board the station. We're working in tandem with the Starliner Flight Control team.
On Air to Ground 1, we went ahead and swapped over to Space to Ground 1 transceiver. And as far as the suit undergarments go, we're going to have to hang on to those for the mission. That's the only set you got.
Okay, only set we got. Thanks, I think.
We're hearing some of the steps from inside the Starliner capsule, from inside Calypso. Butch and Sonny both working through the steps necessary to prepare Starliner prior to the hatch opening sequence, and the welcome by the Expedition 71 crew you see here on your screen inside the International Space Station. The steps needed to prepare are not too different from preparing for a long journey. For more, again, we're working here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in tandem with the Starliner Flight Control team in the same building, just next door in the White Flight Control Room. For more on this, let's head over to Leah and Rebecca, who are following along with the teams in Starliner Flight Control Room. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Gary. Yes, you're hearing Capcom Neil Nagata talk to Butch Wilmore aboard Calypso, the approximate size of a minivan. And so you're hearing that, and it's definitely relatable for a long trip with your family. You know, where did I pack my items? And, you know, what's coming next? I'm surprised we haven't heard anyone say, are we there yet? Or can we get into space station yet? So very relatable to a long journey that any one of us would take. Obviously a lot harder to get to. We saw that on display today. Looking forward to seeing Butch and Sonny both in the Starliner spacecraft and being welcomed in the International Space Station.
And we are still in the period in which we are pressurizing the vestibule, the space between the Starliner and the International Space Station hatches. Again, it was exposed to vacuum. We need to bring that up to the same pressure as what is in both spacecraft. To take a look back At the timeline of our mission so far, launch occurred yesterday at 9:52 a.m. Central Time from Space Launch Complex 41 in Florida. The OI burn, or the orbital insertion burn, occurred about 30 minutes later, that coming at about 10:23 a.m. Central Time. Since then, Starliner conducted a few more maintenance burns overnight, and then this morning got back into its burn plan with the NHPC-1 burn coming at 7:52 a.m. Central Time. That's a height adjust burn, followed by the NHPC-2 burn at 8:14 a.m. Central Time. Both of those good burns and just fine-tuning our approach to the International Space Station. The TPI, or the terminal phase initiation burn, TPI burn, that occurred at 9:02 a.m. Central Time. Also a good burn. There were two inbound fly-around burns, one at 9:47, one at 10:07 a.m. These swung Starliner up and out in front of the approach corridor, and eventually we had the approach corridor initiation burn. Once Starliner was on that approach corridor, that means they were directly in front of the Node 2 forward docking axis. That's where they docked today.
We could give you a go for step 5 and 1.302.
Okay, step 5.1.302.
Good copy.
You're going in.
So ahead of that vestibule pressurization, we have to do leak checks to make sure the levels are balancing out before we bring pressure into the vestibule. So those are now complete, and we are go to proceed with pressurizing the vestibule.
Houston, Matt on 2, APAS equalization valve is open, looking for your go in 5.12.
You have a go for step 5.2.
Houston, Matt on 2, how copy?
Matt, we didn't get anything if you called down earlier.
Copy. You gave me a go at 5.2. I think I missed a big picture call earlier. I overheard part of it. Understand, Starliner is keeping its hatch closed, and we're going to take the picture, so I'm proceeding with 5.3. Just clarifying.
That is correct. And if you see anything, we want a description of what you see. And if there's any concern, you could close the hatch. And the focus area of inspection of photos is the window.
That makes total sense. I was just making sure 1,000% we were skipping that FCC call from Mission Control Starliner. Thanks.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. Features direction blockage, so we're going to be on the big loop.
Starliner copy, big loop.
All right, Butch, hey, we're ready for you guys to pick up in 1.302. It's going to be step 6.3 only, prepping for hatch open. Right now, I think you copied, Matt's got the APAS hatch open, so they're doing some work there, and then they're going to take a look at that stuff that you reported on the window.
Okay, well, that's 1.302, step 6.3 only, and who is Matt?
Still working on it.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is a live view of the International Space Station. Matt Dominic, NASA astronaut, there in the front of the frame. He is working to bring on board the new visitors to the space station. That would be NASA's Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who arrived on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. This is NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test Mission. It is the very first flight of astronauts aboard Starliner to the International Space Station.
Station Houston on 2 for Matt and APAS.
Go ahead.
Hey, can you confirm for us where you are in step 5?
Are we waiting 5 minutes for hatch seal relaxation? Specifically 5.5.
Okay, copy. Thanks for the confirmation.
Reviewing the crew's procedures, this is the next step ahead of opening the APAS hatch. That is the hatch on the space station side. Of course, Starliner has its own hatch that will need to be opened. That is the IVA, or the intravehicular activity hatch.
Station, Houston, on the big loop for any available crew. Looks like there's an MV over one of the IMVs going into Columbus. We'd appreciate it if you can move it. It's over the IMV. The valve part. Appreciate it.
As you can see, NASA astronaut Matt Dominic has donned or put on some safety goggles and a mask as he prepares to open the APAS hatch. This has been exposed to the vacuum of space, and with the docking of a new spacecraft, he's taking an extra precaution ahead of opening that hatch. Of course, we will still have to wait for the Starliner side of the hatch to be opened. Matt Dominic, NASA astronaut, has opened the APAS hatch. He will go in and take some photographs of that space between the APAS and Starliner hatch.
Starliner Houston, big loop, you okay with us activating Mustang?
We're now ready for Mustang.
Okay, it's coming up.
Houston, Matt on C for inspection.
Go ahead, Matt.
From what I can tell, nothing looks unusual. Was able to yell at Butch through the window and Sonny, which was great. Now that we have light in there with the helmet lamp, neither Butch nor I can see anything of interest on the window. It looks nominal.
I think what we saw was dust, maybe on our side. There is some stuff on the outside of the main window, the cabin window, but that one looks good. I agree.
Copy that, Matt. Great news. Thanks.
Those words coming from teams on the ground to Matt Dominic and Butch Wilmore aboard the International Space Station and Starliner, respectively. They were looking to see if there was any residue on the small window that is on
Matt, you go ahead and continue with the rest of step 5.
Welcome.
Starliner, no action on a prop caution. It's expected.
Again, they were looking for any residue that might be on the window on the IVA hatch, the intravehicular activity hatch. This is the hatch that is on Starliner. Hearing a good report and no further actions there, so they are going to prepare to open up that hatch and welcome Butch and Sonny to the International Space Station. This will be Butch and Sonny's first time opening Starliner's hatch in space, but they have had plenty of practice here on Earth. They've trained extensively with Boeing's mock-up trainer hatch and a standalone hatch at Johnson Space Center in Houston. They've also worked with the paddleboard vehicle hatch in Florida, which is very bulky and very heavy.
And your report about your window, I can give you a go now for step 6.2. In addition to the go for step 6.3 that I gave you a few minutes ago, but stand by for the next go.
That paddleboard vehicle hatch in Florida is very bulky and very heavy, especially when you are not in microgravity like they are today. But the Starliner flight crew integration team, made up of mostly human factors engineers, came up with a way that allowed Butch and Sonny to train with the bulk of the hatch without the 100-pound weight of the hatch by using a 15-pound foam replica that helped validate hatch stowage and moving about the Starliner cabin. It's been about an hour and 45 minutes since docking today of Starliner to the International Space Station, that coming again at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, and we are standing by for hatch opening to officially welcome Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams back to the International Space Station. This is the third flight to the space station for both crew members.
I'm sorry, Butch, didn't quite copy that. Did you say 6.2 complete?
Affirmative, 6.2 complete.
Roger.
Turn down the cabin test number if you'd like.
And no action cabin temp. Hi, I didn't copy your last though.
Hey, I can turn it down. It's getting, remember how it was cold earlier, but now it's fine, and we can turn it down some. It's currently at the 230 position.
All right, Butch, your discretion on the temperature.
Okay, it's at 11 o'clock.
Roger. Starliner Houston on the big loop. Big moment here. You are go to get into step. All right, no action message. You're go to pick up in step 6.4 and through the rest of step 6 to open the hatch.
Six decimal 4, here we go.
We are standing by for the opening of the Starliner hatch. Several Expedition 71 crew members on the space station side eagerly awaiting the arrival of their two new visitors, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. Again, we docked at 12:34 p.m. Central Time.
Station Houston on the big loop. We're about 1 minute out to a handover. We'd like to hold off on ingress. We'd like to get this on video.
Station copies.
Leah mentioned and the anticipation for hatch open of the Starliner spacecraft. And if you all tuned in for OFT2, you know that that hatch open actually came from the space station side. This time around, it will come from Starliner side, the first time that we've done that in space, which is going to be very exciting to witness. And this time will be a little bit different too. Last time we turned the latch inside counterclockwise, like lefty loosey, righty tighty. This time we will actually have Butch or Sunny, depends on who decides to do it. They will turn the latch 1 1/4 turn clockwise from inside the Starliner. They also have a window that you've heard them talk about, so we might be able to see their faces from inside that camera that you saw on the International Space Station.
And we do have a handover of the tracking data relay satellite system. You heard that call to the crew just before we lost those views, letting them know that we would just wait until we regained communications, because we definitely don't want to miss the moment that Butch and Sunny float into the International Space Station. So we expect to regain visual from...
No action, cabin humidity high. And I don't know if you copied Will's call earlier. We'll just wait till we have KU band back until you start coming into the ISS.
That's Capcom Neil Nagata speaking with the Starliner crew, letting them know we are standing by for hatch opening. And we have regained video.
With KU and video.
With the exception of crew sleep, Butch and Sunny have been very busy aboard the spacecraft. And I know that our Starliner and Boeing and NASA teammates here on the ground just can't wait to talk to them about their experiences, so that we know how to make adjustments for future missions, longer duration missions to the International Space Station. Earlier this afternoon, I got a text message from former NASA astronaut Chris Ferguson, who helped in the Starliner's development, and I bet he can't wait either. His fingerprints are all over the spacecraft, and now so are Butch and Sunny's.
Like Rebecca mentioned, teams will be looking for feedback from Butch and Sunny on how their flight uphill went. This is a crew flight test, so there have been several demonstrations that have happened so far and will continue throughout the docked time frame and during undocking and landing. Teams will start looking for feedback on habitability of the spacecraft, how it performs as a safe haven if that were ever to be needed, manual piloting, which we saw a couple of times during the ride uphill. And once the hatch is open, we'll be waiting to see the bell on the space station side be rung to welcome 2 new visitors to the International Space Station.
While Starliner is docked to the International Space Station, there will be more flight test objectives achieved, along with the ones that Leah just mentioned that have already been achieved, as well as operational capability checkouts. Those are things where the crew gets to interface with the Starliner and we get to check off some more items This is a primarily crew interface test, so we're looking forward to hearing more about their experiences. But in terms of flight test objectives, they will establish joint ventilation with ISS, recharge Starliner's batteries, verify telemetry paths and file transfers, transfer cargo to and from the ISS, including a urine processing assembly pump that Starliner actually we were able to put into the Starliner while it was at the launch pad because it was a need for the International Space Station. So proving the flexibility of not only the spacecraft to fly cargo, but also of the team. A lot of teamwork went into that across the NASA and Boeing community to get that pump up. And I believe they're going to be working on that pretty quickly aboard the International Space Station.
And while Starliner is on the International Space Station, when we docked earlier and confirmed that we were hard mated, the umbilical started receiving power from the space station. Starliner will also be put into a quiescent mode to minimize the power it's taking from the space station during its docked time frame. It can be turned on very quickly if that were to be needed. From what we can see in this view, it looks like we have most, if not all, of the crew members aboard the International Space Station awaiting their visitors to open the hatch on the Starliner side. Currently living on the station, we have the Expedition 71 crew, including NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Mike Barrett, Matthew Dominic, and Jeanette Epps, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Oleg Kononenko, Nikolai Chub, and Alexander Gerbyankin. Of course, we're adding 2 more NASA astronauts to that mix today, bringing the total of people living and working on the space station to 9.
Leah, this again is just a display of a team sport. When we think about Starliner, yes, it is an American capability, but it's also going to provide global access to the International Space Station and potentially new destinations in low Earth orbit. We'll see at least one international crew member fly up on Starliner 1, Josh Kutrick, Canadian Space Agency astronaut.
Station Houston on the big loop, just for status. CFT crew has just opened up the IVA hatch equalization valve.
Cannot rush into opening 2 vehicles that are connected in space. Want to make sure that pressure is equalized between the 2 vehicles.
All eyes on the IVA hatch.
Maybe they're not in a rush.
Now 2 hours exactly since Starliner docked to the International Space Station on NASA's Boeing crew flight test. Again, that coming at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. We are just standing by for Butch and Sunny to float in as the first crew members to fly aboard Starliner.
I saw Sunny Williams at the orbital flight test landing in New Mexico, and I remember her telling Rosie the Rocketeer, which was the ATD riding in the vehicle, hey, get out of my seat. So maybe she just doesn't want to get out yet. While we can't see what's happening inside Starliner right now, we do know that after lessons learned from Orbital Flight Test 2, the teammates for Starliner actually redesigned the hatch stowage procedures and the straps. So basically modifications to securing the mechanism. So it floated around a little bit more than we anticipated for OFT2. So they went from 2 anchor points to 4 anchor points. So you could imagine maybe they're working on that right now. So the hatch is likely out of the way and they're working on stowing it.
Yes, it's definitely not as quick as the movies when you watch spacecraft arrive to another orbiting laboratory. There are several procedures that have to take place before the crew can fly in, things that need to be stowed, and we take careful detail to track everything aboard the International Space Station as well as aboard a visiting spacecraft to make sure everyone arrives and leaves with what they brought up or what they needed to leave on board.
I do remember Sunny saying during one of their free flight downlink events where we heard the audio saying that she promised the team she was going to clean up after herself, and Butch was modeling that for her. looks like the anticipation is building with the International Space Station crew. So, we kind of talked about it before, like a road trip, like little kids waiting for your parents or grandparents to arrive for the holidays. It's probably really exciting and also really like, hey, come on.
Yeah, and the crews aboard the International Space Station, they get a lot of opportunities to talk with their friends and family at home, but we really only see new visitors essentially every 6 months, as we either have a Soyuz arrival or Crew Dragon arrival or now a Starliner arrival. So it's always really exciting to see new friends arrive and new faces at the International Space Station.
NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps seen in view on the left-hand side of your screen, and she actually trained to be on the Starliner 1 mission. So I'm sure she's very excited to get inside too and actually see it from space and not just from the ground.
Yeah, Jeanette flew up on the Crew 8 mission, and having that ability to cross-train on 2 different vehicles is a pretty special opportunity.
Hey, Butch and Sunny put in a lot of work to get here, so they deserve to take their time.
We're looking for a grand entrance. Teams here in the white flight control room are conducting a handover between shifts. The new flight director on console is Rick Henfling. And we are still standing by for Butch and Sunny to float from Starliner into the space station.
Lots of cheering here in the room. Big hugs. Sunny William coming through in her blue flight suit. Oh.
And followed shortly behind by Commander of Starliner, Butch Wilmore, now back on the space station, the third visit for both astronauts and the first crewed flight test of the Starliner spacecraft.
Everyone looking very happy, like they had a great ride.
And the ingress or the entrance of Butch and Sunny coming at 2:45 p.m. Central Time. Again, their arrival to the space station today at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, bringing the space station total crew right now up to 9 people.
Arriving for the first time ever in Boeing Starliner spacecraft. I can imagine they're very happy to see people without masks. You know, they've been in quarantine since a couple of weeks before the first launch attempt in May, finally launching, earlier this week on June 5th, docking on June 6th. And so big smiles there. I'm sure seeing those not behind masks is probably something they're really excited about.
And again, that launch coming yesterday morning at 9:52 a.m. Central Time from Space Launch Complex 41 in Florida atop a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. And the crew is going to give us a little bit of a welcome ceremony.
Available crew in PAO events.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, we'd figure Butch and Sunny want to take a quick break here, so you guys let us know when you're ready for the event, and whenever you have a chance, we'd like to do a quick voice check.
We'll get that set up.
Thanks.
Yeah, Houston, you want, which camera you want the microphone on? Are you using both cameras or just one?
So we did not see live Mustang views today. That doesn't mean we won't see them. But teammates here in Mission Control were working an issue with an IP address. So very similar situation that you might have at home, but we will get to see that. And we will also get all of the downlink events that you heard via audio transferred while they're docked to the station. So we'll be able to put those out on our channels after we get through this big milestone where we welcome the crew.